Good morning, everyone. My name is Irene Nunez, and for me, it is an honor to welcome you to the CAF Festival Voices for Our Region Culture that Moves and Shapes the World, an event organized by CAF, Development Bank of the Caribbean, and Latin America with the support of the Culture Ministry of the Government of Panama. I would like to mention to you that our event is broadcasted in several languages and we have simultaneous interpretation. Please share your experiences and reflections through social media using the hashtag Festival Voces CAF. And please follow us on X, Instagram, and Facebook on Agenda Cap. This way, we can start today's conversation beyond these doors and to reach a global audience. Let's welcome Daniel Martinez, Director of Projects, Special Projects of the Foundation Gabo, and moderator of the panel, Reality in the Hands of Cultural and Latin American Industries, who will be talking with Ana Teresa Toro, writer and journalist, Maria Jesus Espinosa, director of the co-producer and producer of the Prisa Media, and Gabriel Ortiz, historian and writer. First of all, can you hear me? All right. This technical experience, this is a new experience to me, but it's going quite well. I would not take a lot of time through the presentations because we just have 30 minutes for this conversation in a very broad topic as in any other cultural event. We could be talking too much on the topic, but from our foundation we proposed this conversation. We didn't do it only through because of the cultural industries, but from an idea that comes from Gabo directly. Gabriel Garcia Marquez, the foundation that I work for, which is the Gabo Foundation, that is preparing its celebration of 100 years. Not an arrival point, but an starting point. It's an inspiration point through using his own words, his own works. He was a great producer of cultural products throughout his history. And there is a notion, which is the Latin American idea, that's different from the rest of the world. That idea of measuring ourselves through our own scheme, not from the scheme or the structure proposed by others. And there is something very important, which is the Latin American narration through cultural products, much more than through some cases through the non-fiction products. Garcia Marquez is the example of all that in this idea of magic realism. He feeds from reality, but what he produces is a fictional product as 100 Years of Solitude. And yesterday we were talking about the way how people have learned more through the massacre of the Bananeras, through that fictional work. That's 100 Years of Solitude. They've learned there more than through journalist works, not from the idea like one is replacing another one, but this is like a shared task, like through two ways to see the same event to complement history. And this is something that really marks the way that the foundation, our institution, works. And this is what we will be talking about today. So I wanted to ask Javier, who comes from the world of history that seems like the world from academia, that goes through what happened and stores it and files it. It's like a very conservative notion of history. But Javier, among other things, has been an advisor of 100 Years of Solitude organization. And in a conversation that we had in Cartagena, he talked about the way both the journalists from the past and the past cultural productions are useful to feed cultural products nowadays. And they're used to give content and sense to many of the things that we do. So I'd like to know a little bit more about the way you see that relationship between cultural histories and that service for the construction of contemporary history. Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I am a historian, but I'm not an orthodox historian. Probably many of my colleagues would say that I'm not a historian even. I think that's not completely fair. I understand history as communication. I understand history as a possibility to communicate the way that the past was lived, was experienced. The past happened and existed. When we go to the sources, we approach a way that it was lived, and there is a testimony of that past. In that regard, in that sense, it is communication. When I create history, I'm communicating, I'm interpreting through some sources that I have there. And that in operational terms is not away from the way that fiction is built and the way they understand history as a way of communication. I think it is fundamental. Yesterday we were in a Museo de Arte Moderno of Panama, the Museum of Modern Art, and there was an exposition on the migration of Chinese people to Panama and the diaspora, the African diaspora, water as a communicating element. And I think that's a good way to get to take history to a broader audience. History sometimes remains in very small niches, in very specialized groups in congresses where the people get together and listen to each other. But people like everyday people don't have the chance to get closer to that material that's highly important to the rigor that's there. And I think what I've tried to do is try to have that rigor that is used in the world of history as a discipline could be taken to a broader audience. And for this purpose, we need to use all the possibilities that we have: the movies, cultural industries, journalism, etc., etc. So that's basically what I've done, and that this is why I say yes to participating to this project where I can use history to say some things, right? This is why I'm interested in participating as a history advisor in the second season of 100 Years of Solitude that will be out in August, if I'm not wrong. This is why I participated in as a curator of expositions of the train or rails, for example, or the lives of historic characters, because it transcends the space, the communicative space. So, as much as I understand the history as a way to communicate, I think I can achieve that the progress that's made in discipline, history as a discipline, can get to a broader audience and not that specialized without changing the rigor, which is something that we have to bear in mind, and neither like the the idea of creating a document or some kind of caricature, something that's over on the surface, while the transcendental things are far. What we do that's highly communicative has the rigor that's used in history as a subject. That's basically what I try to do. Yeah, I think there is a paradigm to break, and the idea that I think it's we should review, which is the opposition, as if massive should be superficial, as if it's too popular, it's not quality, doesn't have quality. When we talk about the 100 Years of Solitude, it's a novel that's massive, and The Economist chose it like a year and a half ago, like the most important book of history of humanity, and it was made by 400 algorithms that identify the book as the most important thing, and that doesn't decrease the quality of the work. And this, on the one hand, serious journalism was in one place and entertaining was in another place. Entertainment that's looks like a threatening place. In the case of Maria Jesus, I think these two worlds get together. Somehow Maria Jesus comes from the audio and podcast world where there is a big strong journalism coexisting with a lot of entertainment, and it tells us a lot about the way we how we build as a society, and there is analysis and all those kinds of things that work. And now from the co-producing company, we see that this idea that reality doesn't have to be challenging, but it can also be a pleasure to consume. It can entertain. It can be consumed, and it can help us understand the world without going to the tragedy of newspapers. It can make it more digestible. How do you see that relationship between entertainment and journalism? Well, I think it's a little bit of what you're saying, right? We've been doing this for 30 years, for many years in Spain and Latin America. Since September, I'm in the co-producer. This is the audio visual co-producer in the stand. As you can see, the stand that's here outside, it's we've been here for, well, the structure has been here for 50 years, and we're convinced that the reality is inspiring of those big cultural tales that are being told. And these days, I think that it's no secret that the barbaric things that Trump is doing in Minnesota and in many other places, and in the conversations with friends, many of them say, "This isn't this very similar to years and years? Isn't this similar to Congress?" But truth is, the truth in lies, right? Can fiction tell a story? How can fiction tell a story of something that's really happening? And it can tell it much better than any other journalist story, and there are excellent ones. And in that regard, we in the group, in Prisa, and in other groups, we always talk about, if we created a TV series with a villain such as Donald Trump, they would never say it's a caricature. They would say, and I think that is very connected because I belong to the Gabo Foundation. I'm in the council and the board of directors of this organization, and there is an activity that we do, Group Light, which has been just released very recently, and it talks about that. We have different journalists, and we gather different people from all over the world. Yeah, it's a global call for teen research journalists of throughout the world. They bring their histories, and we connect them with different producers from different countries, so they have good relationship, and we can see how those real stories can become real, true fictional histories of entertainment. And this could give us material for another conversation, because we can have that traceable, that legal traceability, because it talks about the copyright of journalists, while reality does not belong to no one, right? But and the research and investigation in cultural places is not, doesn't belong to anyone. But within Brisa, the audiovisuals, we are working on that. And of course, we combat this idea that a rigor, strict journalism cannot be compatible with cultural series or big products, or video games, or documentaries. I think we are in a moment in that regard. That's a very important moment. And in that sense, as in that project, we just had the third summit in Cartagena, Floodlight. This year's stories are not only work to be taken to fiction. There are six stories on in progress, and you will see these stories in different platforms or on the movies. This is a slow process, probably in 2 years. And this year there is a meeting in Rotterdam talking about video games, to bring journalist histories to the video games. And this is a very interesting system, and a big market, finding new ways to take those stories to get to the, and in this sense, to be able to bring those cultural expressions as a way to narrate themselves and to vindicate an identity. And Teresa knows a lot about this uh, through through her Puerto Rican roots, because here we're in an island, but Puerto Rico could be the real Latin American isolation, because we have that mix between the north and the south, and we talk about those three lines in Puerto Rico: those who want to be independent, the status quo, and those who would like to be another state. So I think that it's very interesting. But there is something that makes it very particular from the Latin American perspective. I would like you to tell us more about it, because you pray to San Benito as well. You talk about Bad Bunny, who's brought that cultural revolution, but that's not necessarily new, because salsa itself was also a phenomenon. So I think Puerto Rico, in its Caribbean nature has taught us how to create, how to have revolution through the cultural manifestation. So I think your case marks that point. It's not through a effort to create a divorce between that Latin American and Caribbean identity, which is absolutely ours too. So I think being here has a high value. And going talking about answering your point, I think music in our country has been the place from where we have been able to create some kind of mobile embassy, facing the absence of embassies, facing the absence of a political reality or a real economic political presence to have a conversation with the rest of the world. I think music has been that place that's allowed us not only to say we do exist, we are here, but also saying that these are the codes that we use to create our culture in Puerto Rico. These are the codes that we use if you want to have a relationship with us. This is the way you can understand us, and I'm happy you're mentioning that because I think the best example to illustrate it is the work of Catalino Tite Culet Alonso, the great composer of salsa, who was also a journalist, a column writer, a radio host, a true chronic person. And those ideas of music are are evidence of that Caribbean presence, because those are aims for the country, for Latin America, not only for Puerto Rico, but also for the that but also for the rest of for that specific experience. And we see this extrapolated to the reggaeton world, which is this phenomenon in and out itself. And I'm always defending it, not because it doesn't have space for criticism, but because, as you were saying, on the superficial, everything that takes to the surface in a massive way has a very strong connection to earth, to the ground. In the case of your example, when the governor in 2018 left through after the post, that famous post, that code, that connection to the ground was a very serious post made by a very serious organization, a journalist organization that has no connections, no political relationships, and research ends up being taken to a massive to the mainstream from with these artists, our musicians, and we sometimes we can agree on that, which is pleasure, rhythm, that seems sometimes very superficial, allowed us as a society to digest some very deep, complex information that was shown the truth and the type of government that we had. In that chat, you could see a very strong phrase that says, "How wonderful would be to see the future of Puerto Rico without Puerto Ricans." This is the way those people were imagining that. And all of a sudden we're listening to, we'll see the same situation as what happened in Hawaii. We see the same feelings, and to take that to the mainstream through jokes, through light communication, it's allowed us to understand something that's very deep, and it's given us the possibility of saying we're here, still here, and you're not going to tell us our own history from that point, but we have the possibility of doing that in through our own voice and through our own rhythm. That's very contagious also. Yes, I remember a research from Lourdes, a person that worked with Maria Jesus, and she was saying that the reggaeton is the greatest revolution and has made the greatest contribution for the Spanish in the world after the arrival of the Spaniards in America. It's a huge revolution for the language globally, and it's put Spanish out there, and we never think it's had more more effect, the reggaeton, that as Cervantes. It's a very interesting phenomenon, but we're talking with Javier. Javier wrote a book that which I think is very important to understand the history of Cartagena, the Black history of Cartagena. And I would like you to talk. Yesterday we were seeing in the at the museum work and how these artists were inspired. We're talking about a Colombian artist who had a tendency sometimes to work with journalistic histories. Los Suicidas del Cisgas, one of her works, is a couple that committed suicide together, and she created a work of art through that piece of news. So through history and through art, we can get closer to stories that were unknown, that were narrated. But in our case, I would like to know if there is some kind of absence of reference, because there are places where traditional journalism hasn't seen, and I guess it has to be difficult to recreate the black history of a city through means that were controlled by white people, and that's made us reflect on the importance of what we do now, on how where we put the scope, where we focus, because sometimes some things are not considered important, but that are important for the construction of memory. I think I would like to know, what have you found in the process of search to build those non-narrated stories? Yes, when nations in Latin America start to be built, the states, the nations, because you have independence, the language, the fundamental based on race disappears, because under the umbrella and the idea that we're all citizens, the official documentation disappears, and the illusion of skin color or physical traits, because constitutions abolished, so to speak, that language under the idea that we are all equal. But we were not all equals. There were all some people more equal than others, and discrimination through the origin was still there. So when you go to the press of 19th century, it is possible that you cannot see some references to those people that you are researching, that you are interested in. But when photography appears, you start to see that they're not mentioned in text, but you can see them on the images. So they talk about a neighborhood, and they don't mention that that neighborhood is made by black, is composed, and black people inhabit there. But what you're seeing is a lot of black people. So there's the possibility of giving voice to the silenced ones, and I think journalism has to play with that, because history did it, trying to read those silences. And to tell you something that's connected with Gabriel Garcia Marquez, has to do with the banana zone, banana region. Every time we talk about this area in historic terms and journalistic terms, we never talked about the great amount of black labor that was in that space. But when we started to look at the photography, what we see is a great amount of black people in that space. Even the Gabo had it as a central element. The black people that appear in 100 Years of Solitude were the Jamaican people, not the ones who live in San de Santillanos neighborhood, who sing, who used to sing these melancholic hymns and songs in their wooden made houses. But the African American, the key is trying to expand the file, not going beyond the conventional sources, or at least don't do it with the conventional, only with the conventional sources. In that conversation that we had in Cartagena, they talked about a case that sometimes the journalist repeats a lie. It repeats something that didn't happen. But the next journalist that will be writing about that repeats that, and the next one does the same, and nobody takes the time to go to the source to see if that's really the case. And you find some very strange things, such as that Gabo said this or wrote something about somebody, and when I go to the journalist, I to find that paper that's simply not signed by Gabo. But as Gabo was what he was, you need to put all the histories of Gabriel Garcia Marquez, because, well, because of his success story. And we continue repeating those the same mistakes, and I believe that the journalism could use a lot, history a lot, to use the methodology of history to eliminate some common lies. But if you go to the source, you can discover that's not the case. The truth is not always like that, and it's a little bit of what I do. I'm not a journalist, this is by trade, and I'm interested in journalism because it is a channel to learn historic elements that I'm interested in, and I've used journalism to for that purpose. I'm using some dynamics of history and putting them into the journalistic story. Yes, we will not hire you as a Gabo researcher. Truth at the right place. Maria Jesus, you were talking about the producers, and we talk about the poor conditions of journalists. We were not going to solve this. That would be a service of alchemia, right? Alchemist. Audiovisual productions are very expensive. It's not a simple task in a market that's changing a lot and that's not free from control made by the monopoly from some companies. I'm not going to say it. For example, when Netflix says that they will be buying certain things, so the other one will buy other things. So if we understand those spaces as a space to tell truths, those are not spaces that are far from control. Where are we going? How do you see that movement to stay independent, which is a very an idea that's very associated to journalism, but it's difficult when we talk about cultural industries. Yes, I think in the we're in this process through platforms in the world. There are some platforms for cars and psychologists and platforms for series. So this idea of platforms that some way has democratized some histories at the same time, I think that it collides with something that comes from the 21st century, which is the authorship. How it is sometimes deleted from through authors. Sometimes we see this is a production and this is by Netflix, by Amazon production, as if they built as they built it themselves, and as if there were no real people. I think that during these years there has been a expansion of within the platforms that are. We were talking about 100 Years of Solitude, but we could also talk about big works such as the Internaut, Pedro Paramo, that are putting the author in the center. There is no secret saying that the capitalist spirit, we're not absent. We're not far from it. I mean, audiovisual productions on the one hand have this part, but they are very regulated by unions. We can look at Hollywood and see how that big strike of writers that were fighting against ChatGPT and AI and how they could be replaced. While it is true that we are not far from that, and saying that there is not ideology in platforms that are totally agnostic and neutral, I think that's not true. But I do believe they're taking care of the authors. I think we're talking about processes such as we've mentioned before. Those are long processes. A production, since the moment you start to negotiate copyright, you produce everything through 2 and 3 years it could take. So I think that fortunately, each time platforms are looking at the authors in general and they're putting them in the right place. That's what I think I would like to think. We're gonna take 2 minutes because I wanted to ask Ana Teresa some final thing, following the line of what Maria Jesus was saying. Because facing these changes in the cultural industries, what we need to see is a cultural journalism, a chronicle. You've worked with cultural processes. This is a very weak journalist process. We can see how some cultural newspapers or magazines are disappearing. So there is no space for long text. There is no space for analysis from your position as a person who's worked with this. What are the needs that you identify right now to be able to have a journalism apart from money, which is obvious? There's the resources, yeah, absolutely. But what's lacking to have a journalism that can analyze these changes and also alert us on the way we are, what we are consuming massively as a massification of the cultural consumer? I think that what you're saying is very important, and it goes hand in hand of what you were saying, because in the sense that there there is a repetition. First, we would have from the perspective of the cultural space, we have lost some spaces, but there is a little bit of more willingness to earn them back, and I want to be self-critic in that regard, because nobody will be, well, sending you to create yourself your autobiography. There needs to be more risk of the journalist to go out there and strengthen the narrative resources. I think we're in the area of information and on information, and maybe we would like to give these texts that information that responds to the algorithm, to make sure that when they look for something or browse in Google, our name appears and our post appears somewhere. Even though that has some economic logic, let's say that that's not the case. The most genuine case for the construction of a story that connects. I think the good stories that are well written with efficient narrative resources, with good photography, original photography, with digital support. I think people consume them. People look for them. There is not some like a there's nothing that a good attractive story cannot connect with you, and we see it in the phenomena that we see on the TV series. Let's watch more series. Let's see that construction of scenes, and let's find a way to reproduce that in the journalism that we are creating. I think that it has to do with the design, previous design of the pieces, and on the other hand, to continue insisting on the way where we're putting the emphasis on chronicles, or how I've always looked at the surroundings. Let me interview the driver instead of interviewing someone else. So that outskirt, because the logic of the algorithm insists on that, those prominent, and we need to the mathematics of this new digital system, or the necessity of complying with our work, which is to produce information and relevant histories for the decision making in our democracy. Now, and that's it. Even when that's clear, the search and the design of histories is very, it's much more natural, it's much more simpler. One thing on that regard, which is this paralysis of abundance. It's happened to a lot of people, and that's in a platform you've never had so much content, and you take much more time when choosing what you want to see. So I think there is a phrase that says Jorge Cardion, one of the most important journalists, that talks about algorithms as new editors of the 21st century, as some kind of pre-writers or prescribers of something that's not in the ranking on Spotify or podcast. And we never think about who the others are. There are humans now, but soon there will be algorithm creating other algorithms, and I think we need to work on the idea of surprise and awe, and discovering something that you didn't know existed. And if we go back to Bad Bunny and make him compete against Rosalia, one of the biggest art stars currently, yeah, to compete with Bad Bunny. There is a record as Nukes that's broken all the schemes, all the structures, that uses classic standards, and it puts everyone in awe, and it escapes any type of algorithmic logic. It would have never created. It would have never got there if she hadn't created it. And we have seen that many artists are working against the algorithm because they know sometimes they will be taken out. So the research of that situation is difficult, right?
We had the daughters of Felipe, these two researchers that created this entertainment program podcast where they reviewed the life of mystics of the 16th, 18th, and 19th century. They had found a Morocco none, and then Rosalia was working on that. This was an element that has nothing to do with that, but it's also a trend which is going back to the past to create something new. So I believe, just to close, because we have taken 6 more minutes and this is creating uh, tension. So with this idea that we need to face ourselves in history and also the understanding of the reality and the places that were already in the reality but we didn't know, then thanks to that we can create a culture stories that can define us and help us to narrate ourselves. As 2 years ago in Latin America, since I lived for the last 2 years in Cartagena, I can also identify myself as Latin American as well. So thank you so much for listening to us, and we are looking forward to answer any of the questions you may have. Thank you so much. We thank you for this very rich panel. In a few minutes, we will start with the next panel.
Saludarnos. ¿Qué tal? Encantada.
We will continue with the next panel for this morning. Now we're going to introduce the reports, the transformative power of artistic education and cultural education, and the state of art of the public policies and plans of libro de lectura and writing in the Caribbean and Latin America. We will have the participation of Tel Martiris, a senior advisor on the mobilization management of resources of the international alliances of the CAF, the General Secretary of the Latin American Faculty of Social Sciences, FLACSO, Rafael Cayo, General Director of Culture of the Organization of the Arab American States for Education, Science and Culture, Margarita Cuellar Barona, Director of CERLAR UNESCO, with the moderation of Jaime Abello, the General Director of the Foundation Gabo. Let's give him applause. So you are all welcome. Hello. Good morning to all. Thank you for being with us. For the ones that has joined us through all of these forced changes of the schedule. However, we had an amazing opening, not just with the amazing spectacle provided by the Panamanian culture, but including also the stellar participation of the minister, but also the ideas so interesting, insightful that were expressed in the first panel, and that is translated into a change of the agenda. But here we are. What is important, I believe, is to celebrate that is a first festival of the ideas. It is done before the economic forum of social and political one. Let's state it out very clearly. There is a summit that for the second time it is called by the CAF the development card of the Latin American and the Caribbean. It is also very clear how is established that the importance of the culture for the development, and not just from the standpoint of the possibilities and the work that has been done by the CAF and the Colombia Creativa type of work, but an essential element of human development, of their rights, the capacity of people to advance so we can have prepared societies for a world that is each time more complex, and a world where one of the things that definitely is at stake, the autonomy of the people, the cultures, the autonomy of the countries before a different type of concentration power strategies and domination. Latin America, fortunately, and the Iberoamerica, to state that clearly, is reflected, and we can see that through all of these projects that will be presented today, the two reports that we will know about. First of all, we do have a huge power around our languages. Spanish, Portuguese, our sisters languages, and we believe that we need to keep keep that even more language on this side of the ocean. Secondly, very important, the collaboration and the cooperation in the culture reflected and through studies that involved many countries, and that is a sign of potential of unity in a continent with a lot of factors of political disconnection. So the culture then will be moments, opportunities to meet each other again throughout the communities before all the ordeals that sometimes are imposed by politics. And even now, it's better to talk about culture through all of these opportunities when we have the need, the potential um, opportunities with the role of these states. So these states, through the Ministry of Education and Culture, collaborated with two studies, and that will be the topic of conversation of everyone that is participating on this panel. The first one is the study of the transformative power of artistic and cultural education, and the second about public policies and book plans of reading and writing in Latin American and the Caribbean. A critical work is played, a critical role is played by the OAE, which is the expert organization and the coordinator organization. It is their mission as an institution, as part of the partnership that joins many countries. And another critical role is played by the LAC, which is the organization as well of cultural cooperation that is even the eldest that we have in Latin America and the continent that is still pretty much alive, producing, coordinating, and mobilizing as well from Bogota, where they have the main headquarters for Latin America. The question that we might need to ask ourselves first is about the CAF, the CAF. They have been also facilitator, a decisive partner. And then I will ask Telma Ortiz, the advisor of the CAF, about the meaning of a bank, a development bank, with such characteristics that the CAF has at this moment, since they are the ones making the call to join and to meet in Panama, since they have worked in many areas, investing in many fronts with presence in many areas. The fact that there's, for so many people like me, for example, at the end of the day, we see something that we were fighting for a long time. Is for the culture to have this acknowledgement role at the economical, political, social level. Once we do have this scenario, and once this was facilitated, I do believe that with the CAF vision is heavily involved. That's why, as an introduction, I would like to ask to the senior advisor of the CAF so she can share with us the vision of the CAF, the CAF, so we can make these reports possible, so we can generate these opportunities to talk about the culture, the development, and ideas that we are doing today from Panama. Thank you so much, Jaime, and I really want to thank you for your remarks because you have said a lot there, and all the colleagues that will talk about that they are the ones they want to work and go deeper into these type of things and this study from the CAF. We we don't see that sometimes as something culture, but it's just at the end of the day something that is very relevant for the development to have the alphabetization and also to promote the reading so we can have a culture artistic activity of a high quality as a transformative model of societies. I think that that is what is actually transforming a society, and we have seen as well how from very early years we do have this love for moving, for dancing. Of course, we need to go through all the process of learning to write and to read, so we can actually have an intellectual development that is normal. So all of that is what is strategically not just for this support to the culture, but also something that is supported by the CAF strategically, which is at the end of the day the human development, the development of our societies, and well, for the CAF is critical, the integration of the region and the economic development. I want to be very brief because I know that everyone wants to contribute with something. I don't know, perhaps with this I just can give you like a very quick idea. Thank you, Telma. Let's go into topic then. Let's get in topic. I am the director of the Gabo Organization Foundation, and I need to remember the commitment of our founder Garcia Marquez, specifically on topics of the education, artistic, cultural education, and the reading. This has been expressed in the documents written in Colombia, which is a country that is close, which is the Colombia that is to the reach for the reach of the children and reading for children. These are two documents. I'm going to ask Rafael to introduce these to us, specifically the critical central topics on the study of cultural and artistic education. These studies represent an extraordinary effort. Oh, shall we start with the reading one? I don't know, as you wish. All right. So let's keep track here. So I want to say that both studies are at the regional level studies. It represents a huge effort in gathering the comparison of the the value proposal of good practices and public policies, and also represents a foundation so we can advance. For the case of the study of education, artistic and cultural education, it has the important effects and the outcomes of those strategies on development, meaning the benefits, and it creates an deep analysis and the state of the art, so to speak, of these analyses of these, and with a very positive outcomes. I don't know, perhaps the case of the studies of the book plans and reading, which is focused on the perspective of public policies and the institutions and the strategies on that specific field. So, Rafael, based on what we have spoken, can you please introduce the critical elements and the most important findings of these studies on artistic and cultural education? Thank you so much. We do have the possibility of translating it from Portuguese, so I want to do that. I don't know if it's going to be also easier for translators since we do have everything working on that, and so we can have a good communication. First of all, I want to thank Le Cafe. Um, we have been gathered here together in this event in Panama, and we have worked on all these studies that we're funding thanks to the CAF cooperation that believes in these cooperation mechanisms that are also very important, that has been very important, the creation of much more effective public policies that are very important so far. It's also very important for the all the director culture of different type of organizations, and through all these production of knowledge, we can see that we have more production of efficient public policies strategies. So they also want to thank the CAFA because without it, the studies wouldn't be possible. And first of all, it's important to talk about the important transformative power of the artistic and culture education. This was done through two stages. The first one is dedicated to the study and the international websites of newspaper and scientific articles, and we studied more than 900 articles published in different type of portals with a focus of analyzing and understanding the effects of this type of education in the construction of societies, especially in the understanding and how this type of education has a huge impact on the American students. We had different type of studies that were studied in different type of portals, scientific international portals, and thanks to that we were able to advance in the progression in this level, and also the social emotional levels, the cognitive levels as well, and the emotional effects, and the cultural level. And we have been able to understand in a very effective way how these based on these the publications related with the topic and the indications, the evidence and all the associated outcomes with that. And the second stage that was developed is connected with the public policies that were structured in the ministries of education and culture from other America, and how this was developed as part of each one of the ministries of education and culture, the public policies associated to education at the artistic and cultural level. Now it's also very interesting to see how when we have these consultations in the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Culture, and many of them they did not know about this affair in both sides. The Ministry of Education, for example, was not aware in their own countries about what was done in the Ministry of Culture, and vice versa. This is an alarming topic that is showing that there are not coordinated policies between in the countries regarding the cultural and artistic education, meaning that we have all the education ministries that are responsible of these type of areas that are also critical in the hours of study that will be benefited for the artistic education. And then we will have also visual artists. For example, we're talking about music, drama, and so on and so forth. Any artistic expression in the curricula, so they can work on this type of requirement. And in the Ministries of Culture, we also have libraries. We have many areas of cultural exchanges that are also fulfilling an educational activity and a duty in the way they work. So we have two big axes of work that were research as part of this research, and we wanted to know how the public policies are part of the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Culture, and how these were structured, and how, in a way, though, the public officers can understand the relevance and the impact this cultural fair, intercultural fair in the cultural context, and a very interesting topic from the level of the Ministry of Education indicated that the 83% of the cases on the modality, 18 countries, just three of those countries actually participated on the investigation process, and as part of that, our sample, then we have something very interesting. 33% of the ministries stress that the artistic area is a critical topic in their working the agenda, and the culture 99% express that this is a critical working area in regarding this topic, and that are part of the Ministries of Culture. A very important, relevant topic data in here is that we were able to identify good practices developed in many countries. One of those, perhaps, it is we quoted two here that might be very important to be known, because these countries were able to promote in a responsible way the artistic and education, artistic and cultural education through the Ministry of Culture and Education. These are two areas. One is in Portugal, a national plan of the arts, and they were able to advance in a very articulated way with the efforts between the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Culture. And on the other side, also, I want to take advantage of this opportunity to talk about an amazing project that is developed in the Ministry of Culture of Colombia, which is the Arte para Paz, the arts for the peace, as is expressed also in Spanish, in the Ministry Ministry of Culture and the Arts of the Knowledges in Colombia. This is a project that also coordinates the efforts between the education and culture. So with this, we can work in an intersectional way, in a much more needed activity of well-coordinated efforts between the ministries with a specific goal, which is to advance in public policies of artistic education in an efficient way and benefit of the citizens. I can even go deeper into this. However, since we do have some other presentations, other studies, I will leave it there. And I really want to invite you, welcome you to review all of these documents that are available in our digital presentation OEI oei.net, so you can foster also the artistic education from these analyses that were done through all the newspapers that were studied, and also do all the research that was done by the Ministry of Education and Culture of the Iberoamerican region. It is clear that this study is a very, very powerful, and it was recently published, and I can actually download it. So thank you so much. Now we're going to ask Margarita Cuella for the presentation of the study on the reading plans. The OEI also participated in here as well. I think it's a novelty here. You have prepared also your slides, I think so. And as a matter of fact, this is a very recent study, just right out of the oven. So, Margarita, you have the floor. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you to the CAF. Thank you for the Ministry of Culture of Panama. Thank you for the invitation. The minister was here with us a few minutes ago. And also Catherine Blockton was here, which is our liaison. Piamason is a member country of the LAC, which is this only organization of international cooperation, the second category of the UNESCO, focus on reading of books, the only one in the world. And we are so privileged to have this work done just in the Ibero-American area. So for the first study that my colleague presented, the one that he was talking about, had worked on this study for a while. And for this one, we were so lucky to work with the OEI, and the impact of these, thanks to this alliance, we were able to have a higher impact. And Rafael wanted to show the first slides, and then I will do the closing remarks. So you have the floor now. All right, thank you so much, Margarita. In this study, we had the opportunity to work through an alliance that we were working with SELEC, and also with the OEI, and also with CAF. We were able to work in a general program through the public policies, and a book of orality that has as an effect to generate more inputs for the countries regarding the advances, the progress on the policies, the plans, and the projects of writing and narratives in the Latin American countries and the Ibero-American countries, and also to have these plans and the Ibero-American network of responsibles of reading and writing of the countries in the region. As part of the methodology that was developed, we had an approach that was qualitative and quantitative. This was a research done with the Ministry of Cultures, which are the responsibles of the programs of writing, and the point here is that all of this is mapped through all the constitution as a focus point of the replans. Also, we have this research And my colleagues, we have a very large team of professionals that were associated to the SELEC and also the OEI for the development of this presentation. And as part of this general context, we tried to identify as part of the public policies of books and these topics in the region, especially in these two areas, the specifically the ones are working with citizens on the implementation of public policies and social affairs and visuality of books through digital platforms and the topics related with gender equality. There are also different areas associated with linguistic and social diversity. So we try to identify different type of characteristics that are not specifically for created for the policies of the orality and the writing and reading of books in Latin America. And also, as part of this approach, we were able to see very interesting outcomes. I was privileged of having opportunity to work with Margarita so we can introduce this. We are working also with Replanes. Alexa is also working as we have the liaison of all the countries working with the public policies with reading and a book. So thanks to this we were able to compare. So based on that we can say that we have some advance, we have some progress, and also we have some challenges. As for the most important points of progress is that there is a much larger understanding of the meaning of public policies for reading, and orality. The orality here, narratives, it was not important, but it was not important before, but now it is understood as a very relevant art that should be included in the public policies. It is also understood as another element and an evolution as well, is that the countries, so we can compare very quickly. We go from 2005 to have 9 reading plans in the whole Latin America to 16 up to date. This is a huge evolution for the continent. And the understanding the public policy, it is understood as the reading, which is an enabler right. It is a right that is helping you to have the exercise of different rights and also citizenship. So that's why we need to ensure it. I believe that that is a very important change, a very important progress. We have also had some very important progress. This is the study will be published soon enough, but also they are focused on the population, the target population. Sometimes you think about the policy, but sometimes you think about the school activities. And of course, that is the emphasis so far because 7 of 10 children, they are up to 10 years old and they do not understand what they read. So after we can code the alphabet, we can read, but there is no understanding, which is critical thinking, and that attacks the democracy. We must have critical thinking so we can ensure stable democracies. So this journey, so to speak, of the understanding of the public policies makes this a policy that is well rooted, and as Thelma was saying at the beginning, so is connected to the social economic development of the region. Of course, we have challenges. This is a region where still, despite the fact that we have had some advanced progress, they still have some important figure. 7 out of 10 children do not understand what they read. We have thought, though, to include the communities, the rural communities, and the communities of diverse languages, so they can participate in a closer way with these plans of policies of reading. Of course, we still have tons of challenges. The other one is the gender approach. Still in this region, we have a persistent violence against gender, and it's important for the policies to include ways to educate these childhood that are already thinking about these topics such as gender violence. It's important to include that we have included also the coverage thinking about seniors that did not have the possibility to read, to learn, or they don't have the digital knowledge, because in the digital technology there's a huge potential, but also we do have the possibility of these gap of inequality, so it can be even larger in the digital world. I have a lot of more things to talk about. I want to, although, take the time of my colleague. However, this is a very robust report that was able the work was done thanks to the cooperation between all of these organizations. So thank you so much for that cooperation. And what we have found is that, as I told you, the possibility of making this report that can compare throughout the time. Thanks to that, we can see the progress, but of course, all the things that we need to keep on work, of course, together if possible. Margarita, when the document as a whole will be published? I think it will be published in about 2 months. We are in the editing phase, and then yeah, I think to be conservative, perhaps 2 months, perhaps earlier. So Rebecca Iria is the de facto General Secretary. I want to ask you to express what we just heard, following the express what has been expressed by the two previous um, speakers, which is cultural development and democracy, the connection between those three elements, not just in terms of the individual opportunities, but also on the challenges, the economic and social economic challenges that we have as countries, and together as countries at some point where the geopolitical is under threat of threatening us, as Ruben Blauers will say, from important models that are not the solution. You have the floor now. All right. Can you hear me? Yes, I think you can hear me. First of all, I want to congratulate you for the studies. I think they are very uh, wholesome, very complete. Thanks to that, we can make a visible, important amount of information that has an unbelievable value. Besides that, we are doing this in a world that is getting even more complex with the artificial intelligence, with the digital world, and how we can actually stimulate the reading. How the huge attachment, what is really attractive, is just the virtual, right? So I believe that it's very meaningful to have these two studies that were done. And besides that, on behalf of Flexo, which is an international organization that is aimed towards the academia, especially postgraduate studies, social sciences, and Latin American integration, I would like also to talk as an anthropologist here that I am, because we have this concept of culture that is just larger. And I believe something that is highlighted in this type of studies that you can see is that culture is also to build memory of history in all the possible ways. The history that would tell the memory that we leave behind, which is critical for the children. In this case, which type of culture we motivate. As a matter of fact, once we heard that in the presentation, to include different people, different cultures, to bring different voices. I think that is also very important, but we also have the challenge of finding ways to connect it so we can build a regional and national memory, something that can provide us with identities. Something else that I think is quite important is this space of culture that provides a sense, a way to deal with the emotions, especially in times of crisis. We are used to say that the authoritarianisms that we can see right now is working above that sense, above the emotions, and that's why the culture and the symbolic field is so important. At the same time, it's criticized, is also working in a very intense way on this area. So once we speak about culture and teaching culture, we are also talking about creating a sense, a guide, so we can outweigh and the other forces, so we can defend the democracy using in a different way the emotions, the senses, and the collectiveness sense. And I will add something else that I think is very important in this idea of creating this collectiveness. I believe that is idea of creating new concepts. We struggle a lot on that in the academia and the higher education, that they should be more connected with the basic education. I think it's very sad to see that this connection between what is taught at the university and what is taught for children. Um, but we need to constantly create new concepts, new ways to interpret. We are well taught. very much fixated to all of fashion strategies that is making it harder for us to understand and to interpret today's world. And I believe that if we open our eyes, stimulate our ear through the reading, we might create new ways to interpret new theoretical concepts based on the experience of the people. And in that sense, I believe that the teaching and artistic education, the cultural education, it is allowing us to build the future at the end of the day. And what is going to be left, the values that we want to transmit, to pass on, the things that we want to do in a structural way, so it's going to stay going through all the crisis moments that we can see, right? So very quickly, I have such a short time, then I would like to bring up this discussion, including this a very complete work that was done in this understanding, larger understanding of culture that goes beyond the individual work that we do with children, but the concept of culture as an identity, as the memory of a whole society. Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. We have run out of time. However, we are going to do one more. Remarks for each one of them. First, Telma, then Margarita, and then Rafael. And allow me, Margarita, to ask you something that I asked before in private. Each one of these studies or reports, they might need their own panel because it is a lot of information to process it in such a short time. But that is a challenge. The question that I want to ask you, Margarita, once you get your turn, there is an elephant in the room that is growing and bigger and bigger, and its size, and is breaking more objects in the road, which is called artificial intelligence. And this elephant most likely was tiny and just a newborn was the study was designed, and that's once we wanted to get the resources. So what we're going to do with that is growing, and then how it is the connection between that and the future policies. So you have the floor now. Thank you so much. Obviously, the outcomes of the result of the reading of these reports are forcing us to think something that is important for the CAF, which is the vision that we have, artistic education for us. All the plans to foster or to promote the reading, it is the same as the investment on human development. And this investment is critical for innovation, the social cohesion, and democracy. We have pointed that thing out, and those are critical things for us. With this systemic revision and with all the impacts on emotional, social, and cognitive competences, we cannot just stay still without doing nothing after listening that the 80% of young children do not understand a simple text or paragraph. From the CAF, we are always saying that we want to transform. We don't want to support this and that. We want to transform, and that's why we support public policies and these type of reports. At the end of the day, the cultural rights for the CAF, for all of us that are here, most likely, is integral, a very important part of the human rights, and the education is the guarantor of access to the participation of this cultural creation. In the CAF, we have up to 400 actions yearly in the region with flash important plans in music, culture, museums, mm, just supporting artists as well. And these strategic partnerships as the one that we have done with the OEI. Some last words. If you ask me, without a structure, there is no transformation. And we must create this structure. We need for the education, artistic education, to be the same as sustainable development in the 21st century. And that's why you will be have always LACAF with you on this side so we can advance with these projects. Thank you, Telma. I think that you have left a question for Rafael once Rafael has his moment. What are we gonna do now? What is next? So we can create this mobilization of resources that is structure and the mobilization of the will as well. But first, Margarita, go ahead. Thank you. When I was listening, each one of you, I believe that this is an advance of the fact that the orality has an added weight in the planning of these policies because we cannot oversee that this is a region with an important amount of languages that have make the Spanish as an important language, a privileged language. But this is a language of decolonization to erase cultures. So we need to recognize, we need to acknowledge languages as a patrimony, the heritage, so we can educate and think from that, and that is also very important. Now talking about the biblio diversity, which is the possibility of publications, diversity in publications. This one has an important reach. That is included in the area the policies for the book sector, meaning that we are asking why the book sector is so robust. And after overlapping information, we were able to see that as we have more policies of reading, the book sector is also robust, meaning that is a consequence, so to speak, if you may. If we bet for a sector that is robust, then it should come from a sector that can bet for small editor companies so we can have a book diversity, so to speak, so we can have a plurality of voices that are also an image of the plurality of the region. And the library as an engine, well, the communities meet. It's not just a place where the books stay, it's a possibility for the community exchange, and we have seen that from different type of policies. Now, as for the question for I the artificial intelligence, my will make evidence my age here, but I recall that when I was school, we had the smartphones, and then we thought this is going to be the end of education. We're going to lose our guys, but then we would realize how the cell phones, the smartphones, were incorporated already into this. And after the pandemic, for example, we were pushed into the crisis of thinking how we can educate online in a hybrid way, and now we have artificial intelligence. We need to think about this type of challenge. We had the opportunity to talk about many boards where we were talking about artificial intelligence, but to be honest, it was a bit frustrating because everyone is saying we need to regulate, but nobody is regulating. We need to get to the regulation, but once we have it, that type of regulation will be late already for the situations because artificial intelligence is just not stopping. So it's all about education, education, education. So once you realize that, you can know that the education is something that is needed for teaching. We need to train our teachers, we need to train our sectors. So the artificial intelligence is a tool that can empower instead of getting or creating bigger gaps. We need to think about this, but mainly all the sectors and also the agents. I think I saw 8 countries in one of the columns that already have the alphabetization strategies for the media and the information. Yes, we have to think about multiple type of educations. The book is not the only way of education, and the digital gap, it is a gap that has an important impact, and we need to tackle it. So we need to find ways to think about that. Rafael, now what is next? What are we gonna do so we can advance towards the resources, the mobilization, that structure, um, in the context such as the one that we have right now? To be honest, I have a very interesting outcome as a consequence of this big study that can have a very important point that is used due to the artistic and cultural education in each one of these two ministries and the Ministry of Culture in each one of the region. And this was a very important element for the last summit that was done in September in Barcelona, summit of the Ministries of Culture and Education. Thanks to that, we created the network of culture and artistic and education. Thanks to this network, we can actually coordinate and articulate consensuated, agreed upon elements and good associated praxis with at the Ibero-American level. This was coordinated by the OEI. Um, with the presence of different countries, so we can start or include different type of groups that work in this forum of work that will be working continuously in the Ibero-American work. That's what I wanted to do. I want to thank the CAF for energizing this type of movement, and thank you also for the collaboration in the group of studies that we have for orality and reading in Latin America. This work wouldn't be possible without this joint work. Of thanks to the cooperation as well. It's better to work together. Knowing, of course, there is a saying, Chinese saying that says that we alone cannot work ever alone, and once we can work together we can go just faster, and that's, is materialize the big studies that we were able to share today. Rafael, thank you for the support. We took more time that we needed, but it was unavoidable. And the ideas are planted, and the studies on artistic and cultural education, you can review it. And soon enough, we will have the one publics of on reading plans. Thank you so much for your participation.
Muchísimas gracias por la presentación, definitivamente muy valioso para la educación.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now we're going to have a brief break and we will proceed in a few minutes.
Muy buenas tardes nuevamente. Les pedimos que tomen asiento para el próximo panel.
Good afternoon. Please take your seats. We're going to get started with the next panel. Up next, please welcome panel The Music as Engine for Social Transformation Experiences of the System in Latin America, that will have the participation of Eduardo Mendez, Executive Director of the Board of Directors of Foundation Simón Bolívar, The System, Patricio Aizaga, Director of Symphonic Orchestra of Ecuador, and Johnny William, President and founder of the Brazilian organization O Testando a Vida. Welcome. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this panel. For us, it is very important because it evidences the concrete evidence of the CAF, of an institution that for more than 20 years was committed with arts, with culture, with music, that which in our case is our tool for work, to generate a beautiful project of Latin American union through the implementation of the system of orchestras and young choirs, which is an experience that was born in Venezuela hand in hand with Mr. José Antonio, a visionary musician and a dreamer who made this dream possible more than 50 years ago. And now we have a very important opportunity of finding out a little bit more of what the system is, of orchestras and young and choirs from the Venezuelan experience, but also with very important guests, Mr. William and Mr. Isaga from Ecuador, and from in Campos, Brazil. So I prepared to give you a little bit of context of the music and experience and the children. It is good to it is good to see them. So let's watch a short video to have a better idea very quickly. Talent is everywhere when there is the opportunity. 50 years ago in Venezuela, a simple idea was born, and deeply transformational idea. The talent is everywhere where there is an opportunity. A model that forms musicians, but especially it forms citizens. The celebration of our first 50 years is the confirmation that the model works. It matures and sustains through time. A stage of global growth, international collaboration, responsible expansion, to be the center of category 2 allows us to share knowledge, to form trainers, and to accompany communities around the world. We could see a little bit what we do. All of us on this panel, each one of us in their space, in their region, and we would have to create to have a bigger room to have each one of our workers, not only in Latin America but also throughout the world. Nowadays, more than 76 countries are replicating initiatives that were inspired on this idea of the system of young orchestras and choirs. But not to take more time, we will give the floor to Patricio and then Johnny so they can share with us their experience of replicating this idea in the system and in their countries, and also what importance it had our big friend, the CAF, in that process. Thank you, Eduardo. The influence, the extraordinary influence, and the social, cultural, artistic impact in Ecuador is huge. I remember in 1994 I had the chance to have a meeting with Master Ebreu. It was such an inspirational. It was a 1 hour conversation that changed our lives because I saw a new aspect of music that which was the social impact. So in Ecuador nowadays, thanks to this influence, we have a 70% of professionals of all the orchestras of the country and professional choirs. They come from the students of our orchestra in Ecuador. So we have delivered a big number of people, of good, productive people for the country, and that they are still training children in Ecuador. So I think the influence of this philosophy of life implemented by the professor to change a society, to have violence through music, to erase violence through music, I think it has a huge influence in Ecuador. The support of CAF in this regard has been extraordinary, and I remember these are unforgettable memories. In year 2000, we had the Orchestra of Youth of the Andes countries, where we had like 250 young people who, and we had different concerts in Venezuela, in Colombia, in Peru, in Bolivia, in Ecuador. And it is about that. An orchestra is a community of life, of good, of peace, of people who love music. And created the group, and thanks to this, the different professors of different orchestras in Venezuela, it was a very an incredible experience. We could have the access to the synthesis of knowledge of schools of North America, Russia, and different the best places in the world, of huge human and technical quality, and our teachers received that information and they've replicated that to young people throughout the decades, and it's given us as a result a social and extraordinary and positive social change. And you can see this as we continue with this work. We've been doing that for 30 years, and we still train hundreds and hundreds of people in music to change their lives and to improve the country. We have children all over the country who have worked, who have created their lives around music through this philosophy of life, because it changes societies and avoids violence. Johnny, good afternoon, dear friends. Good for everyone, everyone. Welcome, because they've been worried about helping on receiving the greatest challenges we are facing. Very happy to be here with you all and to share everything that we've learned with Venezuela as well. 30 years ago, when Jose Antonio Abreu, that big professor, found us, and he changed everything. I can say live music in Brazil was really, and it's still different. We have that touch of Mr. Abreu was fantastic, almost miraculous. Oh, made our music that was in the past was a privilege of some who were able to afford and to have the resources. It became a privilege for everyone, no matter their race or their region, with money or without money, for everyone. Then the music arrived. Symphonic music arrived for children, and things that didn't happen before. That really changed everything from top to bottom. It changed everything. I don't know in other countries, but in Brazil, it created another reality, transformed the musical universe and music itself. I think that Venezuela knows the what they did around the world. But let me tell you, it was a big change in my country. Nowadays, we have many young orchestras. Those were kids who were unprotected and they had difficult conditions. I say that music is a big development. It's a big letter of presentation. We we help them and their families to receive that letter, the freedom. Children who experience music are different, and that task that we have with Venezuela, that musical excellence, but worried with the human being. Patricio, I, within this process, as you know, well, I come from Venezuela. I'm the director of the system in Venezuela, and I had the opportunity of working hand in hand with Maestro Abreu for 17 years in a row. And by listening initiatives such as this one and this spectacular forum with the voices through in Latin America, because everything that culture means in art as elements of dialogue, of unifying, we understand that this initiative has been like this for many years. When we hear about entrepreneurs, some a concept that's very trendy, to hear about different initiatives to grow. We can we know that 50 years ago, Mr. Abreu was an entrepreneur in the world of music, in the world of social, and in realities that all Latin Americans somehow have in our origins, something that connects us together. That's been the importance of expressing ourselves, and that was what the system, as Johnny and Patricio was saying in his experiences in their countries, was similar to what happened in Venezuela. The idea of giving access, the need to give opportunity, as it was shown in the video, to different children and young people to learn how to play an instrument, to learn to make music collectively. the orchestra as concept. It means that to orchestrate. It is a conversation that means the union of will to achieve an objective, which is a concert. That should be excellent. And it entails a teaching method that not only makes you, as we saw today in the morning, the director of the New York Philharmonic or the director of Simon Bolivar, who are Maestro Mr. Gamer, our most advanced students as well, which means the to take advantage the high level of art in our case of music to create better humans. We don't find with this initiative to give millions of musicians to the world. There would not be enough job posts for so many musicians, but we are looking to give millions and millions of better citizens to the world. So, given that entrepreneurship and what we've seen, I would like to highlight the role of institutions such as CAF that, from their perspective and a visionary work, they joined this dream, Patricio's, Johnny's, and mine. This is and all of us who work in this system to create this Latin American network of musicians through the system. As you are well aware of, the system is in all over across Latin America and is deployed as a teaching methodology for free access to all children and young people. That sounds very good, but it requires commitment and it has a lot of challenges. The main challenges are mostly economic challenges because when we hear that the program is for free, yes, it's for free for the user, for the kid, for his or her uh, parent or helper, but somebody needs to buy the instrument, somebody needs to pay the teacher, somebody needs to pay the training, etc., etc. So, Patricio and Johnny, please very briefly tell us what the challenges have been and what have you learned from this experience to be able to somehow finance your project in each one of your countries. Thank you, Eduardo. Yes, I think that in the presence of CAF has been and still is and will be very relevant because I remember how much attention was given to us by the government by the fact that the CAF was supporting this project of sustainable human development. So I do believe it is important to leverage these types of activities with authorities. I think that is fundamental. I think this is the Latin American mission to stop that wave of violence. And what better option than investing in children and young people to make them good citizens by offering them state of the art experience where the best of the human spirit is manifested through music in a shared experience and sharing with with the families and generating peace. So I think that the support of CAF in this regard is extraordinary and very important. It will strengthen us as Latin Americans. The experience of 30 years made us think and reflect that Brazil is a continental size country and it faces serious challenges. Uh, we need to take it takes a lot of hours to go from one state to another state and that experience makes us think that we that it is it's a privilege of some states in Brazil And we started to have a mapping of Brazilian projects, and we have a number of managers or workers, and it became a national network, and all the projects have been mapped, and we have got together 5 times, and we'll meet again in Sao Paulo, the first center of the system, and we receive. The problem is to get together, and the financial aspect is also a problem. The big fight so we can get to more children. As you said before, we need investment. Without that, there is no transformation, because we need to have the minimum to offer children, not only instruments. It is important, but we need to have a whole structure around that, because children are not only children, they have their families. The families needs to be covered. Music needs to have a they need to have a psychologist, a teacher, and so forth. Those structures need to be there. We well Children are not, they're not even children anymore. Some of them are 30 years old. They're professionals, they're teachers. The movement that they taught, they become the leaders as well. They need to have good financial conditions to sustain their families. That's what we saw, and that's what we understand, that snowball grows and grows, and we work for public policies so we can be served not only as professional orchestras, but as social orchestras that we are, because the absence is greater than the training. These are kids who sometimes are illiterate. They don't have any type of access to a social program. Sometimes they are served, and our attention is, our responsibility is huge. And Mr. Abreu told me many times, do not give up, because the path is not easy, and we are in such a big territory. And the CAF gives us hope. It gives us uh, welcoming. They tell us we're in the right path. We can count on the CAF and on other allies. So it is a big honor to be a disciple of Mr. Abreu for more than 30 years that we were in Venezuela when he was for 50 years. I had the honor of living 30 years with those lessons for myself and for my people. Today, the live orchestra in Brazil is worried, so our country is stronger. Thank you very much, CAF. Thank you, Johnny, and thank you, Patricia, for that important reflection. And certainly, the investment is very important. And now, as we are in this economic event that starts tomorrow, it is important to raise our voices. The title of this space states, and in this panel, this is called "The Music as an Engine for Transformation." There is possibly in many people's brains, the idea of culture is a luxury, art as something that's preserved for people who have certain level of knowledge or certain economic capability. And what we've demonstrated throughout the years, and that was mentioned before by all the academics who participated here, the importance of culture and its role in the construction of societies. This is by seeing an artistic program such as this one, and as many others that appeared here, requires a structure, and this structure needs to be welcomed and financed correctly and in a dignified and just way, because the content of cultural policies and human development and social politics have a very important return, which is the social or outcome, This is the social result that we can see in different countries that implemented, that reduces criminality, that reduces abandoned exclusion, which are the fundamental problems that we suffer from, not only Latin America but throughout the world. Every time we watch the news, the problems that take place around the world, a big part of that is a result of exclusion. So financing an artistic and cultural project, or a project that such as the system of young orchestras and choirs, with all the structure that that structure represents, it means investing in the country. It is exactly the same as if you were investing on a bridge or investing on a big construction, because we are building the most important human structure of history. So, Patricio and Johnny, maybe some final ideas, because we don't have a lot of time now, on the way that that social transformation of music is and has been so powerful for Latin America. Well, I can say that thank you, or thanks to the support of the system and the CAF, we have produced an important change in Ecuador. It is in a social innovation that's extraordinary, and undoubtedly, as you were saying, Eduardo, it is a life investment. It is an investment to create better citizens, and definitely it is important to support these structures to get ahead, so governments realize the importance of this movement. That is what will save us. Particularly, this type of programs is what will protect us from so many problems that are taking place around the world. So I think it is a substantial investment for our societies, and there's no question about it. I think education is everything. I think education is to be transformative. Music is a very important element so that that takes place. A kid that plays an instrument, a kid that plays an instrument is different in their schools and their training in general. Education is art. At least in Brazil, there is a deep distance between school and art. It was not understood that role, that wonderful articulation that that could generate fruit is very important. Emotion, intelligence, freedom, education through art. That's a key element. Now, Brazilian children, they are happy when they don't go to school because they have no interest. Art is far, and when the investment comes to arts and education will change, will modify itself. It will shake societies, as we say in Brazil. It would make a better society. Imagine a kid that's playing the violin and comes back home in the peripheries, but they will have a transformative area his instrument modifies the family. But imagine if there is an orchestra at school, what will happen? So that investment, that cultural policy is efficient, and that can contribute a lot for a better education. As we're getting to the end of this meeting, I wanted to continue thanking my colleagues and friends for many years, I also wanted to thank you for what you've done in your countries to continue with this wonderful idea, as well as all of those who could not be with us. Because, as I told you, there would be many people here, but from here we send them our kind regards and solidarity. But before closing, I would like to have a reflection, and by connecting the dots. We were talking about the challenges and what it means, education through this process that's been here for more than 50 years. Music and arts are not only shape you, but they transform you. And that's the title of this panel. And that's but that what unites us, because the idea is to think about the common generations, not only in ourselves but those who are coming. And if we do not transform ourselves, we cannot transform anyone else. We cannot teach what we don't know. We cannot make them feel what we don't feel. And the sensitivity that takes you through art, through music, is an non-tangible asset that we know. As Mr. Abreu said 50 years ago, he created projects, he created structures, created a lineal idea with the purpose of transmitting it and to make it tangible, believable. We're tired of listening to different people talking about culture, complaining because there is no financing. And also, looking from the other side of the desk, we're tired of listening to people, personalities who are in charge of financing these activities, saying, where are the projects? Where are the plans? Where are the indicators? Where is all that you are talking about? How can I measure it? Help me support it, defend it, and a discussion of budget. Let's be more technical when we propose this. So music is made by musicians, and arts made by our artists. But the cultural managers or officials, we have the responsibility of making that project a reality, something tangible, something doable and measurable, something that is as a consequence financed, something that is nice to finance, something that's a figure that means the jewel of the crown of financing. The system of orchestras is a public policy of the state of Venezuela. It is a public policy that's been developed throughout 50 years, across 50 years, and that's taking hundreds of challenges, and that's been able to get over them thanks to the agreements, thanks to results and measuring. And that's being the idea that the maestro wanted to take to the different countries. Not only a dream, it's a dream because we have to dream, but what matters is how we can make it come true. So I leave you with that reflection to all the dear colleagues and panelists. We need to raise our voices. That's why we're here, with ideas, with proposals, with concrete ones, and take advantage that our message could get to tomorrow and the day after from this forum, where many people that are dedicated to numbers and calculations can look at us and understand the real power, the real transformative power of music and art and culture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And as you said, the transformative power of music. I will keep that phrase in me. Let's continue. Thank you to all the members and participants. You can share your experiences and reflections through social media by using the hashtag Festival Voces CAF. And please follow up follow us on X, Instagram, and Facebook. Let's go on with the next panel. We will see the presentation of the culture seminar results, experiences, and prospect of the cultural center of Coin. And for this purpose, we will have two guests. Felipe Vascuñal, he's a manager of institutional development relationship for the La Moneda organization, and Gabriel Heque, manager of communications of the cultural center La Moneda. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our members. Hello. Good afternoon. We know that this is a very difficult hour. We thank you for your participation and the invitation of our lovely colleagues who we have worked with for 2 years now. And for us, it is a huge satisfaction to have a conversation and to share some of the results that we've had through our work. My name is Felipe Vascuñana. I'm the manager of development and institutional relationships of the Centro Cultural de la Moneda, and I'm accompanied by my friend and colleague Gabriel Hecker. Hello. Thank you very much. I am added to Felipe's message. I'm happy to share concrete results of the cultural center with CAF, and we hope these are experiences that through systematization and analysis that we are performing can be replicated in other contexts of the region. We have a brief presentation to share with you, but I'm not sure if you can give us a hand, please. So, mainly, let me give you a little bit of context of what we're doing and what we do. We are a space aimed at arts, culture, and heritage. We just turned 20 years old yesterday, January 26th. We created, we had a, we achieved a milestone in the cultural center where we celebrated the construction of an infrastructure in the process where we're in a democratic transition in 2006 where the former president decided to install as a public policy and to have investment in infrastructure, and this is how this project comes to a reality, which is under the Palace of Government. It is a space of 7,200 square meters and with main hall. Um, this is a meeting place and this is a space to activate where citizens get together. We are six and we have six galleries of exhibition and expositions, and each one of the exposition is temporary. We don't have a permanent collection, so we're not a museum. This way we feel we're privileged to have the freedom to have very diverse expositions with the communities and with the people. there is this important scope on reading, which is the collaboration we have with CAF, the photography, and the methodology that we have used to work on our. These are all participative processes. For example, Ancho Mundo was from a project that commemorated the 500 years of the navigation of the Magallanes, and we saw, okay, something existed in the Patagonia before. There were all these islands, but they were the indigenous people who inhabited. We worked with them, we talked with them, we had the first encounters, and they were the ones who decided to tell what was going to be shown and to share their own stories and visions. As a main purpose, we had a fusion of culture as a natural right, as a right, and diverse sectors get together. And Gabriel will dive into that. Yes, thank you, Felipe. We wanted to have this conversation and the presentation on the cultural center, which is on the south of Latin America and the Caribbean. A very not a very familiar place for many people, and there are different people who inhabit these territories, and we wanted to share some concrete experiences, especially on the seal that has a special name, which is financed by the state, but it also has the possibility in its process to receive some money from the private sector, and we can have some editorial independence on the local and global context. And in this regard, so I would like you to know more about this with the Humedales de Torpen. That's an Araucanía region, a very dangerous place with a lot of security problems. Where we were shown a project that has to do with nature and the environment. That's one of the curation lines that we have. But when we were shown the challenge from a private institution, we thought, how can we rehab it, perform some kind of rehab on the territory? And they were activated by the humans, and whose consequences allowed us to rethink how to be clear if the social fabric was not rehabilitated. And in that sense, our methodology with the commemoration and of the 100 years of the archipelago of Chiloé, which was the last fraction of the territory of Chile that was independent from Spain. It has 10 neighborhoods with a life in and out itself that's not very famous, where kids have to leave home to go to study.
where women can actually defend the territory, the fauna, and the native earth. But all the ideas that are going across all the identities in Chile can actually be permeated by activities that are actually contemporary and is not just a fixated past. In this sense, we translate all of these processes, and we are working right now with entities in Chile that you can actually know more about this. If you want to know more about this, you can ask me by the end, and they will launch an exposition in the area that's very important for these organizations that, by the way, are very poor. This is a very important activity indicator of poverty, because they can also have a presence on the palace of government, meaning a presence that is important for the decision making process at the national level and the local level. Another specific example there in terms of how we are working with this, in terms of the values that we share with the CAF, it is the teacher summit that was launched, or in, the group presented by the Ibero-American report, and also funded by the CAF in collaboration with the CAF. Then we have here Mrs. Lopez, which is a very important person that led the support. We participated from the Cultural Center in terms of the impact gathering information of artistic education in the public education. And these are actions that are allowing us to join agendas between the private and public sector, and also in a diverse public sectors. Lastly, another example that we wanted to point out so we can share a little bit of what we do here daily, that we would do daily. Let me see if I can see it. It is the reactivation of local economies. Another one of the curational activities that we do is a deep work of interculturality that we have with the communities that are acknowledged and the ones that are not yet acknowledged in the Chilean territory. In this case, we want to talk about the Secretos of the Araconía. This is the seventh version of these organizations, the Secrets of the Amazonia, where the local art economy sometimes with artisans that can have a place who can they can actually sell and share their trades and the knowledges to the rest of the countries. Something that is having us here is to find ways to we are here thanks to the fact that we have this partnership with the CAF. Chile stopped doing a partner of the CAF during the dictatorship, but then we joined together again with we were able to reintegrate to the CAF recently after 2024 with the last government, and thanks to that we have been able to connect with our cultural activities through the University of Chile. We want you to know about this, our working modality, and it was a very interesting as well to see the working model that we are using, and since this is a public private model. Our fund is 60% public and 40% private. Thanks to that, we can actually get closer to the private sector without having an impact or any presence on our editorial work. We do have an important freedom and instead of trying to create, and thanks to this type of partnerships, one of the values that are very motivating for us to find partners is to find partners that so they know how we can trust these, so we can create this trust and these work with them. It's not just a transactional relationship. Of course, we do have indicators that are important for them to know, but it's not the central sense of it, but it's mostly focused on the values. So that's why we want to go deeper, and we propose that this a seminar of the economy and culture so we can understand the culture as a bridge between these two worlds, the world of the sector culture and the private sector, that quite often, specifically in Chile, it is perceived as separated. It feels that it's quite separated, far away from each other. And we have identified that we have some languages, some factors that we need to start to translate into the private language from the culture so we can understand each other. Based on my experience, as a culture promoter, I have had experience of approaching to different companies to propose projects, and it's very complex to identify the immediate value of things. You know, which one is the return of the investment of that culture. Our main goal is just to express that to invest in culture is not expense; it is an investment. It is to find common values and the way we can actually generate networks that can generate value. Among all the many guests that we had Antonio Valesa. He's the director of the Bainera Sao Paulo Foundation. Antonio demonstrated to us empirically that a city as São Paulo can be enriched in an important amount of dollars just thanks to this activity after all the income in tourism, generation of local economies, art, the collection of art, and how the old networks of galleries can be activated thanks to that, and how we can also because we can create international networks. The Biennale is also part of the program of 2026. As part of that, the seminar was a seminar of terms of learnings. We are working on publishing this with the collaboration of the CAF. The systemization that has been a very important, because what Felipe was explaining is sometimes we have some resistance of the ones that want to approach or join these activities, and all the conflicts that were created, of course, between the investors and the culture promoters. We believe that the culture is a specific and a strategic sector scenario to promote the interests of the private sector and also the public sector to overlap these agendas. At the end of the day, is showing us that we do not have that far goals, besides the fact that we have a huge media pressure, the fact that we need to be asking for money or manipulating somehow the programs. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of myths there that we have revealed or solved, things that are not happening, and specifically something that we will introduce in a minute. And thanks to the collaboration of the CF, we have been able to work on this profoundly, which is the understanding the reading as an economic problem. And in that sense, one of the boards point this thing out, and the outcomes that we're going to share with you, so we can continue with the closing of this. It is connected with the contribution to the economy of the culture. This organization is the last 20 years has been known for their expositions and the cine library of Cine Library of Chile, which has been one of the newest spaces, as we can position this space of reading. This is not a library; it is just a place that have created opportunities. So we that was forced to do or created, proposed due to the need of creating different type of strategies for funding. We spoke with Aloha Valentina, with the CAF, also with Liliana, with many people. We worked a lot in terms of reading, and also now with a lot of clarity the meaning of reading, so we can propose specific things, especially after the pandemic, not just at the Chilean level, but also regionally for the poorest children. So they felt that the reading strategy for them were actually uh, under threat during the pandemic, and this is affecting the quality of life of people and the economy pathway. And this had created gaps of inequality that were closed in the past, and effectively the poorest areas and also the rural areas. And this is a new challenge that we have had as a cultural center, and it, that is the management level of these reading spaces that had created these areas for a dialogue. And that's why the collaborations are coming from the whole circuit of the independent publishers that are organized as some other publishers organized that are has been very thriving in the last years, and that's why we have this invitation to Frankfurt in 2027. Chile is invited to there thanks to these conversations with the entrepreneurs of these independent publishers and of course the largest publishers as well. On the other hand, these cannot be sustainable without uh, overlapped wheels, and the larger allies are receiving funds from the mining, for example, the Flagio Foundation, funds connected with the educational reactivation of the Ministry of Education, working with the Deputy Secretary of the Secretary of Education. And this is a very organic working strategy that are creating connections, bonds, so we can be very present that sometimes go beyond the territories. Later, we will have the director of the Cerro Castillo organization. They are sponsored also by the CAF. This is a school located in the Chilean Patagonia, and thanks to the library, they were able to create a community, a space that renewed relationships between all the neighbors, people, the citizens living in these very small village, a wonderful one located in the southern part of Chile. So that type of evidence, we're working on that as well. We're adding them in a systematization process with indicators in terms of model of management and also things that can be reproduced. We have focused on that in the sponsors that we had before. As in the panel before regarding the music, one of the big learnings of this seminar was the capacity of collectively collaborate, gathering indications that can seduce other sectors so they can reflect the common interest of the political agendas. Here we have some specific examples. We worked with the artistic network, well, the centers of learning resources, which are the school libraries and rural sectors of the metropolitan area in the region where we have this is the Chilean capital region. Another initiatives of cultural initiatives is that it is understood, Felipe was talking about, sometimes this is understood as something just economic, but thanks to the collaboration, especially through the embassies, public institutions, and private institutions, we do celebrate the anniversary of the Gabriela Mistral Premio Novel Award, which has been also very important, not just due to the poetry, but also for the mindset, the thinking, the diplomacy in more than 6 countries: Italy, Portugal, United States. She was also in Costa Rica, in Chile, of course. That capacity of reading, common sense, and the contributions to the education and politics, those are the ones that we highlighted in this seminar. Here we have the participation of institutions such as the Chile University, the Embassy of France, of Switzerland, Sweden, among many others, and of course the CAF. This is the action that I was sharing with you in the library Cerro Castillo. This is also an action that decentralized the actions of a cultural center that is the core of the country, which is in the Palacio de la Moneda, and the Party of the Reading. This is a celebration. It is a celebration that we do with the Museum of Latin American Art of Buenos Aires, MALBA, a private institution. For the third year, we have worked together to think about this type of community actions around reading and the book. We're closing now. So, this territorial um, planning is seen in this way, right? The collaboration with other sectors, collaboration with different levels. Something that Alejandra highlights from our associations is the way we can keep this public-private model and the way we can actually get close to each other, funding different type of big projects. As part of the program that we have for this 2026, we have 12 expositions. From those, the main axes will be patrimonial, interculturality, environment, and childhood. The world of the environment is already curated and is also worked from a foundation of United States that has a huge work in the Chilean Patagonia, and they worked and immensely in this work. Another big collaboration. This is not publicity, but this is a philanthropy. It's a big philanthropy without having a business office in Chile. They are a huge collaborator. They will fund the program of the Bienal of Sao Paulo. So, and we are going to continue with this year with CAF. For them, the pillar of the reading is a pillar for sustainable development, and we are going to keep on working on this reading area, leading by all the team. Click here, and we will share soon enough the program. With this, we close. We want to thank you for your presence. Thank you, CAF, once again for the invitation.
Muchísimas gracias a ustedes.
Thank you very much.
Desde la sala LAC
From
Inspira,
the LAC
continuamos con
Inspira
las presentaciones
conference
de
room,
esta
we're going
tarde.
to continue with the presentations for
Queremos
this
agradecer a
afternoon. We
todos
want
por
to
la
thank you
participación
all for
en el
your
festival.
participation in this
A
festival.
continuar ahora,
Now we are going to
escucharemos
continue. It is
a
the
Sergio
time
Guerra,
for Sergio Guerra,
el autor del libro
the author of the
Diario
book
del Congreso
Diario del
Diario de
Congreso,
Panamá,
uh,
cronología
the
y
Journal
antecedentes
of the Congress
históricos
of Panama, the chronology and the background and the outcomes.
Continuamos en unos minutos con la próxima
We will
presentación.
continue in a few minutes with the next presentation.
Y continuamos.
We will continue from a LAC Inspira conference room. With this, we're going to welcome Sergio Guerra, the Journal of the Amphitronic Congress of Panama, the chronology of the background, the development, and the outcomes. Also, Gloria Amezquita, the academic director of CLACSO. Let's give them a big hand and welcome. Great. Can you hear me? Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for being with us in this afternoon. Today, this afternoon has had the privilege of having presentations, some publications, a few that we heard before is talking about the importance of the relevance of education of arts and arts in education, how these two aspects were important, how to connect the basic and the high school, connected with the high school, and also connected it with the or linked it with the university level. And I think it is important to think about the history of education, how we can think historically, can think about ourselves historical, and that's why these Claxo from organization along with the CAF and following the creation of our colleague Sergio, we created this book. It is important to have take into account in our classrooms so they know the milestones, so they know the elements that are helpful for us to have present the historical context, the intention of having this articulation from our America. As you can see, we will have a very brief dialogue, but we have this conversation between two. And let me introduce Professor Sergio. He's a history professor of Latin America and the director of the Department of History of the University of La Habana, president of honor of the Association of Historians of the Academia of Numero, which is the History Academy of Cuba, and also he has a PhD given by the Leibniz University of Germany, Leibniz. He's leading the program of history at the University of Vienna, and he has been the author of tons of articles, books regarding historical facts, important milestones in our America. Now, with Sergio, we want to coordinate, we want to put together some questions that could be helpful to ponder and to think why it's important to have these journal, so to speak. Panama is the headquarters of this type of analysis for the next months. But Sergio, I would like you to tell us, can you tell us why it's important to have this chronology, this activity? Why? What is the message behind this publication? Can you hear me now? I can even hear myself. Before all, I want to thank you for being here this afternoon and for
Ya vino, lo revisamos. Vamos a preparar un plan B.
¿Podés hablar? ¿Podés hablar? Listo. Lo que pasa es que cuando se cayó, dejó de leer la interfaz y tuve que salir y volver a entrar cuando reaccionó el sistema para volver a hacerlo leer.
Pero, ¿qué pasa? ¿Cuál es el plan B? Hay un parlante, hay un micrófono alámbrico, algo. Digo, es que al final siempre se va a escuchar el flow, no va a haber traducción. Se va a poder escuchar el streaming, pero las personas nomás van a poder escuchar. Es que no había flor, no había ni siquiera flor ahora.
No, claro, el floor es a través mío. Todo es o sea, todos escuchan por la app. Sin la app no hacemos nada.
Así es.
Exacto, si la app no le llega, es que cuando se cayó el micrófono, la app dijo, uy, ¿ahora dónde escuchan?
No, eso está perfecto, clarísimo.
No, es que si se cae la sesión de... ¿Qué se está escuchando? Así.
De mi parte, yo no puedo hacer nada.
No, pero es que necesitamos un plan B. No había piso. Línea. Ok.
Sí, está muteado.
Ok. Hola, hola, uno, dos. Fíjate si me estás escuchando a mí por la aplicación, por favor. Hola, uno, dos, tres. Hola.
LAC Inspira y comenzamos con el panel Conexión de Culturas, Territorios y Oportunidades, Alianzas para una Economía Creativa Inclusiva, en el cual contaremos con la participación de Pilar Frank O'Leary, directora ejecutiva de Aspen Conexión, Miguel Fábrega, director nacional de Economía Creativa del Ministerio de Cultura de Panamá, Fernando Wong, arquitecto y paisajista, y Diego Diller-Snyder, director general de Aspen Conexión. Bienvenidos. Un aplauso, por favor.
Hello. Hello.
Buenas tardes a
Can I hear
todas y todos. Es un gusto darles la bienvenida a esta sesión del Festival CAF, Voces por nuestra región, Cultura que mueve el mundo. Mi nombre es Diego Diller-Snyder y soy el director general de Aspen Conexión. Quiero comenzar agradeciendo a CAF por el liderazgo de este festival y por crear un espacio que reconoce algo fundamental, que la cultura no es solamente una expresión artística o un sector económico, sino una infraestructura social que conecta territorios, fortalece la ciudadanía y genera oportunidades. Este festival parte de una idea poderosa: posicionar la cultura latinoamericana y caribeña como un motor integral de desarrollo económico, social y sostenible. Y lo hace desde una mirada que entiende la cultura como un bien público, como una fuente de identidad, inclusión y bienestar colectivo. Para quienes no nos conocen, el Aspen Institute es una organización global sin fines de lucro, fundada en 1949 con la misión de activar el potencial humano, fomentar el entendimiento y crear nuevas posibilidades para un mundo mejor. A lo largo de más de 7 décadas, el instituto se ha consolidado como uno de los espacios más influyentes a nivel global en liderazgo y diálogo de ideas, reuniendo a líderes del sector público, privado y de la sociedad civil. Dentro del Aspen Institute, Aspen Conexión es un programa de políticas públicas que trabaja para ampliar las oportunidades económicas de la comunidad latina y fomentar una prosperidad compartida. Lo hacemos conectando talento, liderazgo y ecosistemas económicos de los hispanos en Estados Unidos con América Latina.
Working with Latin America and Spain and the United States. Our work is supported in 3 main axes: leadership programs that go deeper into the cross-border cooperation roundtables with decision-making, so we can generate novelty ideas, innovative ideas, and also with different type of strategies, so we can close the knowledge gaps. One of our works topics include culture, which is the topic that we are covering today, commerce, technology, and innovation. It is an honor for me to introduce Pilar Franco Libero, the moderator of this panel. Before joining to the Aspen Institute, Pilar was leading a group where she advised different type of companies in Latin America and the States, including Meta, Blackboard, CAF, the IDB, the Howard Buffett Foundation, the Coronel Hilton Institution, and Pies Descalzos Foundation from Shakira. She has worked in the United States, Europe, and is executive in the entrepreneur, legal, and non-profit institutions, including Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. She is a leader in international relations, and she has a certificate of strategies on sustainability of the Stanford University. She also received the award Arcángel from the Colombian government, that she received also an award in the Italian government due to the social work. She is also the senior advisor to the CIS, and she works in she's part of many organizations, non-profit organizations in the world. So please let's welcome Pilar.
Muchas gracias, Diego, y gracias a CAF por la invitación.
Diego, thank you very much to the CAF and for the invitation and for the leadership in this festival. It is a pleasure being here to talk about a typical topic, a critical topic for Aspen Connection, the cross-border collaboration and the role of the creative economy as an engine of inclusive development. Culture and the creative industries are one of the critical working areas. along with international trade and technology. We see the creative economy as an opportunity where we have identity, innovation, and economic development. Well, all the partnerships are critical to escalate the impact. In Aspen Connection, we work with the premise that culture does not just generate symbolic value, but also economic value. Economical value. As Latin American creatives, we can see how today this type of industry is going to the margins, to the core of the global economy, attracting investment, enlarging the markets, and positioning the region in the international scenario. Let me give you a specific example of this. Latin American fans today in the United States that represent 19% of the economy, the sports economy, with an impact estimated of 31 million of US 31,000 billion of dollars by 2024. In 2035, it's foreseen that this participation will grow up to 25% and reaching more than 18,000 million of dollars. And the Latin American music, as the total percentage of the income in the United States, went from 5.5% in 2020 to 8.1% in 2024, meaning that this represents 1.4 thousand million of of dollars, and we have global icons such as Bad Bunny and scenarios such as in the Super Bowl that will be next week shows that this cultural influence and the economic one is also growing. However, to see this being transformed into prosperity, it's important to understand the culture as infrastructure, as a strategic leverage of development. And that is possible just through solid and sustained partnerships such as the one that we have here today. So that's why this panel, the connections of the cultures, territories, and opportunities, reflects a shared conviction between CAF and Aspen, which is the collaboration between the development banks, the public sector, the private sector, and the creators. The collaboration between those actors is critical to build cultural ecosystems that are sustainable, that can have an impact international. This will be a conversation without questions to the audience, so we can approach in a reflective manner. We will have around 10 minutes per panelist, and we will focus on specific experiences, learnings, and collaboration opportunities. It is an honor to have today two panelists that represent two different dimensions of the creative economy in the Americas. We have today Fernando Wong, qualified as one of the best designers of landscapes in the world by the Saatchi Design Center in Londres, and one of the landscapers that has the highest influence in these states, such as LAC. He is from Panama, living right now in Palm Beach. He's cleared TV show with Martha Stewart you can see in HGTV and Discovery. His work has been presented in the Today Show, also the main design publications internationally. Beyond these well-known projects at the residential level and commercial ones, the landscapes that he created has been expressed in the Chelsea Child Flower Child show, and among many other strategies. He created his firm with his partner Tim Johnson in 2005. And we have today also Miguel Fabrica, National Director of the Creative Economy of the Ministry of Culture in Panama, a pioneer of the creative economy in the region, a visual artist and strategist with more than 20 years of experience in publicity and advertising marketing and creative entrepreneurship. He has created more than 100 productions, and he has worked on different topics that cover design, art, technology, culture, among others. He created the Diablo Rosso Gallery Technology creators consulted the Macro Festival and more recently the second Oro de Caña around along with the chef, the Aspen Fellow as well, Mario Castrillon. Mickey is fellow of the Initiative of Leadership for Central America, part of the global network of leadership of the Aspen Institute. Fernando and Mickey, we want to welcome you to join us here to the stage so we can start the conversation.
Hello. Aloha. Aloha, aloha.
Ahora, Nikki, vamos a comenzar contigo.
We are going to start with you, Nikki. Many countries have a Ministry of Culture, but just a few of them have a national direction for a creative economy. How is that we have this role in Panama? What about the influence with the Aspen Institute throughout this process? All right, Pilar, thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you to Aspen and thank you to the CAF for the invitation. Is this working? Is it working?
Aquí está una pantallita. Ok, bueno, gracias a todos por estar aquí.
Thank you so much for you. For sticking around. It has been a long day. The Ministry of Culture of Panama was created just 7 years ago, and I was one of the person that had to design this aspect. And from the get-go, we created a national direction of creative economy. A fun fact here is that in 2017, I had a pledge. I made a pledge. Aspen has a field in Aspen, and you go to the fellow. We go there all years. The venue is there, and we made pledges, all right, of the things that we want to achieve in the country. My pledge in 2017 is for Panama to have this direction of economy, creative economy, so we can have these for the country. So the ministry starts with this type of strategy. Here, I was the first, the director. However, the first director had to do that during the pandemic. God bless her, it was almost impossible. In the last 5 years, we were able to create many of the public policies that, thanks to that, we have been able to advance so quickly. So for me, at this point, as National Director of Creative Economy, it is a privilege to work in a ministry following the leadership of the ministry that is somewhere around, and also following the leadership of the President of the Republic, a visionary. Thanks to that, we have been able to have the approval, their approval, and the President's approval, because the creative economy is something that is very new. Not everyone understands from the beginning, but once they understand, says, my God, this is like the golden key, right? But at the beginning, the challenge was for the people to understand it. I prepared a couple slides. Perhaps you can see them because we cannot see the screen here in the front. This is the sector economy that is coming from the human ingenuity. So in Panama, we have an enormous one. It was just not articulate, not coordinator we had in here. Media, architecture, music, cinema, art, handcrafts, gastronomy that is growing a lot in Panama. This slide explains very well the effect of the development, the deployment of this type of creative economy. You can see over there, it could be like by Bunny. I know that you love it, but what you can see is this, the 1001 of these type of costumes that left more than $24 million. That is coming just for the garment, right? This is a trending one, just one idea. So we get this just for this outfit. The cult to this design. Once you see how this works, it is so interesting. This festival comes from an idea. First of all, everyone is benefited with the producer, producers, the transporters, lawyers, graphic designers, everyone in the airlines, hotels. So economical speaking, it has a huge impact that comes from a single idea. So we're just helping the country to project their ideas. So the idea have a logic order, because not everyone necessarily understand the power of ideas. So one of the things that we did in the national direction of a creative economy was to create a package, right? Was called a toolkit of creative economy. So we have trainings on marketing, finances, branding, storytelling, right? And this was supported with a certificate of cultural promotion. We support this with many other things. And this toolkit, along with the Authority of Tourism and the National Authority of Decentralization, thanks to all of that, we were able to deliver this in the whole country, all the mayor, all the neighbor boards. So we provide them with tools so they can work and they can lead their own projects. So this project, for example, the Festival de la Pollera, the festival of this costume, has these characteristics, and we're going to see them all around the country. And all of them are directly connected with tourism, because once you do tourism, once you do that, you consume the culture of that place, of that region. So we are unleashing a creative force around the country with the support of laws, incentives, many things. And we are doing this, the whole public sector working together with the private sector, right? So if you ask me, right, which one is the role of Aspen in all of this? Well, Aspen opened to me my mind, my mind to understand which one was the superpower, so we can bring that explosion, creative explosion all around the country. The project that we are working on right now, it is that. Is this working? You see, so beautiful. This, right? You are the first humans looking at this. This is the Center of Art and Culture in Telapan. Right, this is a project that will change the country forever. This will be the city of our, the Juilliard in the state of for the Lincoln Center. These type of projects will provide labor work for the creative economy, because we will have ballet, theater, opera, expositions. These will be connected directly with COPA, with the Hub of the Americas. So these are the type of projects that elevate Panama closer to be a true development country, because it is a country that is already investing not just in the culture but also in their people. This is the square that's located between the Trapa and the Sheraton. So this will be a before and an after for the city of Panama. The mayor is fully aware of this. Everyone that should be involved and know about that. The president was aware of this by the end of last year, and for sure the CAF will be involved in these enormous projects. So those are the type of things that we are doing right now. We're thinking big. We are working as a team. We are working with the private sector, the public sector, trying to bring more ideas into the reality, things that do not exist so they are tangible. Thank you, Mickey. Congratulations for your leadership. So happy to see the small role of Aspen, an enormous role, by the way, in your dreams. Mickey, I will also like to ask you, what do you think about the partnerships with institutions and creators of other countries in the region and the United States? Do you think that the creative industry can become a tool of the cultural diplomacy and the economic development? More as just a regional role. Yes, 100%. The regions must be connected. Historically, we share, and look so beautiful there it is. I'm looking what he's going to say. It's a beautiful. So the region should be interconnected, and the culture is the best way to connect. Right? We share tons with Central America and tons with the Caribbean as well. However, historically, we have not worked even more in a strategic, sustainable way throughout the time. So it is critical, especially since we are small countries. If we think macro, then we are a block. We are then a larger force. We are working on that right now. Now, as for the United States, well, that is the market that is our aspirational market. So that's why it's important for us to have tariff relationship with them, that it's a win-win type of relationship because we do have many products. I mean, United States, they love Latin America, and the example of that is what is going to happen next weekend in the Super Bowl. So if we can have a commercial relationship that is more balanced with the United States, this will have a huge, enormous impact in the products of the creative. All the creative products towards the United States. Thank you so much, Miki. Now we are going to move on to Fernando. You're a little bit far away. Can we switch? Maybe you can. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Fernando. You are known as one of the landscapers, architects with the highest influence in the world. Can you tell us about your upbringing and your identity and how this Latin American identity have presented an influence in your work? I had the privilege of I was the privilege of being born in Panama. I studied in the University of Panama. I also studied inner design in the LAC University, and then also had the opportunity of traveling to the United States. And because I was so friendly, because of sports, I was a pentathlete for a couple of years, and because of since I was living with a lot of people, I have friends everywhere. And then I started in Miami Beach in 2001. Had a working opportunity 4 years later on. I started my company, Fernando One, under living design because we were not aware of how to relay the message that it was not just architecture, it was not inner design, it was not just landscape. All right. Years later, I behind me, of course, I have a body work that is a very solid and opened a lot of opportunities for me that I cannot even explain. But it has been already 20 years of work in this, and it has been fantastic. I believe that many of the things that had happened to me is because in actuality I had a vision of what I wanted to do that that reality was based on my love for drawing. I loved to draw. I always have done it. It was a way for me of meditation. Studied architecture. My father loved the idea. And once I was in the States and once I had these opportunities, I was so happy. Um, really happy because it was based on the draw. I was putting my life together around drawing, creating spaces for other people that gave me opportunities, and the desire of not losing those opportunities and to perform, to act, and giving the best of you and all the things that will create this body of work that is actually giving me the opportunity of taking these products, housing, hotels, products around with the government of the Bahamas, products as well with an aspect that is not just for hotels but also regarding the public space.
Perfecto, pues realmente creo que Fernando, tú representas
I
solamente
do
the
think,
American
Fernando,
dream, sino
you
the
do not only
America's
represent the
dream.
American dream, but the America's dream because of your performance. And congratulations! I think it's been wonderful. We're talking a little bit about your how your work has generated economic value, and if you could tell us a little bit about your most emblematic designs, and also how did it come about? Your professional relationship with Martha Stewart. We were all surprised because undoubtedly that marked an inflection point in your career. Okay, let's talk about Martha Stewart for a minute. She's Martha Stewart is a person who's impressive in terms of her curiosity, her work ethics. She can sleep maybe 4 hours a day. She's always curious. She wants to learn new things about history. She wants to know about how to create a homely environment that's dynamic. And she was one of the first self made billionaire people. And for me, every time we get together, after having the opportunity of meeting her in this show that's called Clip or DAR, we've always kept in touch. I go to her place. I participate in her fundraising. I she's very it's a very friendly atmosphere every time we're together. But because the most important thing for her is what are you doing? What new thing are you doing? Where are you making the effort? And I think that when someone with so much success is interested in what you are planning or what you've created, that gives you a pat on the shoulder and says, basically, you're on a good path. You're doing well. And as for the value that I bring is based on creativity, design. In many occasions, in some of the images that you saw a few seconds ago, we're talking about historic homes where and situations which are divorces for maybe, or how homes that are not being repaired, someone comes and buys them. So, for example, in one of these that was bought by 32 million US dollars, and when I finished, it was there was someone there was a noise, a knock on the door. It was the yard had been finished just 6 months ago, and they gave an unsolicited offer. No one was expecting it. They sold the house for 81,000 million US dollars. So when these things that are public knowledge because of the media, each person starts to wonder who did this, who did such a beautiful thing. So this way, I've been able to build a career that's taken me to the Bahamas, as the pictures you can see in the back. And there is a home that has a very classic style. There is another home that was totally destroyed. That home was destroyed, and it was sold at 50,000 US million dollars. So I know that what I can share with the audience is that investing in beauty is worth it, and that's what's creative. All right, perfect. That's incredible, Fernando. So the Latin designed adding $30 million in a single property. I think the realtor did more than myself. All right. We also know that after you appeared on the Forbes magazine, you got together with the First Lady of Panama, and that now in a virtual cycle, not you are designing public parks for the country. What does it mean for you? What does this project mean for you, and how do you connect your work with the public space and the social impact. Throughout this trajectory in the USA, that's also taken me to other places such as in the Caribbean, the Bahamas, even in London, where I participated in the Chelsea Flower Show, and consequently, I was given five golden stars, and through that participation in the creation of these designs, which is something that goes hand in hand with what you're trying to do with the creative economy. This is really like the intention is to support agriculture, the creation of baskets, all these types of things. They have a social impact, and I see it on leaders of other countries, and I think that for me the opportunity of meeting the Her Excellence Marisol Gloin de Molino was impressive. You don't always have the opportunity to meet the First Lady. I was told about some of her projects in her office, that is not only in the capital city but also in the interior of the country. I'm here at your service to help you and to have a good time once I go back to my country. That's wonderful, Fernando. Wonderful. That how amazing is that? I would like to thank you, Fernando, and thank you for having this wonderful conversation, for sharing your experiences, reflections, and again to CAF for giving us this dialogue space. I think today's conversation leaves us a very clear conclusion. When culture is supported by strategic alliances, it can become a powerful engine of inclusive development, integration, regional integration, and global projection. So we hope this dialogue inspires new collaborations and concrete action. The panelists will be available upon the end of this session to continue with the conversations in a more informal setting. Thank you, everyone, for your company today. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. Very interesting topic, the creative economy. We hope we can create all these interesting works. A round of applause again. We remind you all that you can share your experiences and reflections on social media by using the hashtag Festival Voces CAF. And you can follow us on our social media Agenda CAF on X, on Instagram, and Facebook. Very briefly, we will resume and work on the last panel of the day.
Por favor, tomen asiento. Continuaremos con la próxima presentación. Damos la bienvenida a
Please take a seat. We welcome Marina, Director of Strategic Alliances and Editor of Sustainability in Beyond Noise. Please, a round of applause for her, please. Hello. Good afternoon. Today I'll be talking about reframing sustainable fashion and how the problem is not technical but cultural. I work on the intersection between fashion, sustainability, arts, and education. And I am the strategist for sustainability, director of alliances, sustainable editor, and advisor of the Climate Museum Board, which is the first museum in the USA dedicated on climate change. I'm a model and creative director. I've been working for more than naked and sustainable fashion. Here you can see a little bit of my network. I work for different educational institutions, for the press, and in different NGOs. And all right, the sustainable fashion has a marketing problem. Why? Because when you type sustainable fashion, this is what shows up. And lately there has been a lot of research, a lot of browsing results of what is sustainability and what is not. And if this is what people find online, nobody would like to be part of this movement because this is what shows up on the screen. And when people hear sustainable fashion, this is what comes to mind. You have those neutral tones, these collages. You don't think about fashion when you see this. So, right now, the common perception of sustainable fashion is that this is limiting, is it is expensive, it is boring, it is a sacrifice, and it's very complicated. Fashion is emotional. It has an identity, but for some reason, every time we talk about sustainable fashion, we take that away from it. Right now, that's the formula to create a sustainable campaign. It must include plants, neutral tones, recycled textures, or organic textures should be in the nature, or a very simple studio, a simple depressing tone, some barefoot models and words such as green, sustainable, recycled, and everything you do must not have too much color. If you see, not the sustainable campaigns do not add a lot of color to in their campaigns, and this is a summary. This is a group of sustainable campaigns, and if you put them together, that could be a campaign, right? So, what is the difference when we communicate? Well, sustainable fashion versus fashion. This is the look and feel that the sustainable fashion has when it is communicated. And this is the look and feel when we communicate and we talk about fashion that's sexy with color. It engages you to want. Now I'll show some examples of how fashion brands decide to position and talk about their sustainable capsules. Here we have Burberry, some barefoot models, plants, neutral tones, very serious, not a lot of color, right? Barefoot, the same, with plants, very serious. And as you can see, it's not very inspirational. It doesn't tell much. Here with Prada, at least here they spend more money. They spent money in famous actor, but there's no creativity here. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't inspire you. And at the end, they spent it all on models and they put a Photoshop behind. One of the problems also is that we think that sustainable fashion is very expensive and that it is not fun. And here, Prada has a lot of color, has a lot of things, but when they decide to have their sustainable campaign, everything is black. And then the problem of cost. Here, Prada has a leather purse, 2,800 US dollars, a similar plastic bag at $2,600. So why would we do something sustainable when it is just as expensive and we're buying plastic? So there is a problem of pricing. It's very remarkable. So what's missing in sustainable fashion and when we communicate it is color, credibility, impact, creativity, styling, luxury, education, and a sexy ape approach. How can we create a 360 campaign? We need the content, the reach, the community education, a purpose, strategic alliances, and find a problem and focus on its solution. Here I'll give you an example of a campaign that was made by Prada, well made, with a lot of creativity. So this is the Resort 2020. And what they found, they collaborated with different flower shops, New York, Paris, London, Milan, and if you bought uh, flowers in one of those flower shops, they would give you the flower with the magazine that they had made with the new uh, book and the Prada campaign. And so they would create the campaign in the flower shop. That's how it looked, and those were the different campaigns. And this was the social media. As you can see, it includes people to be able to be part of it, even though they don't have the money to buy a Prada purse. But for $20, you can go to a flower shop next to you and be part of this campaign. It is fun, it has color, it has creativity, and any person could join. And that's what's a problem in sustainability campaigns. It doesn't feel approachable, and it seems very far from the consumer. So we need to use images and storytelling when we talk about sustainability, because we talk about a fashion level if we're talking about sustainable fashion. Here we'll campaign both campaigns. On the one hand, this one must have cost three times as much as the other one, and it hasn't had any impact. It doesn't have any message. It doesn't feel genuine. It doesn't feel real. And I guess just a few people know about this. But the flowers had a lot of had more impact. It included more people, and anyone could join this, or yeah, this message. And here this is the same. We could see the two social medias, the re-nylon. It seems everything was with paid influencers to post. And here the flowers. It has a little bit of everything, and any person could join. And it's very fun. It has a creativity. What is the solution? Is to elevate the narrative around sustainable fashion. And for this purpose, we need to use strategic partnership. There has to be an investment, there has to be reach, and there has to be education. and you need to have solutions once you have this. So my mission, I've been doing this for more than a decade, working on sustainable fashion, and what I've been trying to do with it is to change the perception of sustainable fashion, to make it sexy, to make it cool, desirable, and exciting as well, stylish and accessible. Because we think that sustainable fashion is not that accessible. And I do it by changing from within. So that's the first campaign that I made, which was Wonder Surprise, and I wore this red dress to go against the taboo of repeating outfits. That was 2017 when the wrap up of the fast flash fashion meeting, and this idea that to be part of this industry you had to be in trend. You had to be wearing the trendy color, and you felt like you were not part if you didn't comply. So I did this campaign a little bit more personal challenge, and I wore the the dress for 2 months and talking about a problem that was the constant consumption, but in a very fun way and not focused on the problem. This is the problem, but that there are solutions to it. And by the end of the 2 months, and I painted this in Washington Times Square, people joined the campaign, and it was something very fun. And these people were not in sustainable fashion. It was like a fashion. Okay, I will choose my outfit, and I will do this challenge and styling it differently. There were more than 100 media outlets, and the reason is like it's not a new topic that was being. It's different way. It was a different way to talk about a problem from a creative point of view, a way that's not criticizing, but it's elevating the conversation and raising awareness. After then, it says there's another campaign that was called Yellow Like a Lemon. And what was the problem? The problem that it wanted to tackle was that the conscious fashion was complicated. So the thing is, what was the most difficult color to wear? And that's what I will be doing with that color. So for 2 months, I was wearing all yellow with different sustainable brands, different second-hand pieces, borrowed pieces, and some rented pieces. And it was to teach and to demonstrate that sustainable clothes is not just about buying something sustainable. It is about borrowing. It is about buying second-hand clothes, but making it fun and everything in yellow. So I did 2 months of yellow. I wore it in the Fashion Week in Paris, and then I created the 4S's of sustainable fashion, which is to simplify, share secondhand and sustainable brands. And this was, it's not a way to criticize, but it is a way to say the problem is that we're not aware when we purchase, and how can we more aware, and to do it in a fun way. Another of the projects that I've created was called Sustainable Fridays, and I created that during the pandemic, and it is a platform to elevate and highlight sustainable brands through color, because normally when we see websites of sustainable fashion, everything is neutral, everything is earthy, and what I wanted to do was to present the brands by following their color. So all the projects that I do start off with what is the problem. First, let's just focus on the problem, and then I'll find the solutions. And it is a way that not too many people, activists or people who talk about sustainability, they're always focused on the problem, but they don't tell you anything about the solution. I will tell you how to be part of the solution as a consumer, not as a brand, not as someone with money, but someone like as an individual. You can add yourself to the wave. So that is my last project my latest project, and everything started with this picture. What is the problem? That this is the Atacama Desert, and in Chile, and there are more than 39,000 tons of clothes waste that end up in this dump. What is the problem here? It is not the same that's happening in Ghana, that clothes arrive all destroyed, torn, and you cannot wear it. These clothes arrive with the tags as brand new items, and it is incredible that in this world, clothes do not exit the store, and ends up illegally in a desert. The reason why we know about this is because the mountains of clothes were so big that we can see them from a satellite. So here we saw Reform, which is an exhibition in collab with Enrique Adolesco, and everything was born with the idea of this mountain of new clothes in collaboration with LAC as well. And Reframe is to make visible the hidden residues of fashion by pointing out the systematic problems while it shows actionable ways for change. And this exhibition was made for the very first time in New York during the uh, Earth Week. And the idea of the exhibition was that each image should talk about a single problem in the industry of fashion. Enrique is a photographer that's been in this fashion for many years. He's photographed David Bowie, the Rolling Stones, and he's worked for every magazine, and he loves color. And everything I do is based on color, and everything that can be done through color. So this was the perfect match to create this exhibition. This is a video. I think we need to go back to the presentation, and those were some of the images of the exhibition. So the idea was not, I don't need to tell you that this is wrong. I don't need to send you a report, but with each image this exhibition you realize that there is a problem with plastic pollution, there is a problem with overconsumption, there is a problem waste everything. Each picture sends a clear message without criticizing, without telling you need to do better, but you realize you see the problems yourself. Yeah, we talk about overconsumption, packaging, and overproduction, and synthetic fibers. It is very important because people can do something, but if there is not more awareness, there is no more visibility, and this is not a exhibition. It's about overconsumption, which is a topic that many people talk about, but it that was some other way of talking about it. Fun in a fun way that's newsworthy, and that's something sometimes we forget. And when we try to create a campaign, we need to do it and talk about it differently so it's newsworthy and you don't need to pay the press. But that the message and that it's different and you do it differently to have an impact. And by the end, we had 20 millions of social media reach. And again, it was also about having an event involving other brands, solution partners, and do it in a fun way because we forget. And we think that sustainable fashion and it has to be in closed doors with serious conversation. And it doesn't have to be this way. We need to involve more people, not only from the industry and those who are interested in sustainability. So, as a conclusion, we need to abandon pessimism, thinking neutral tones, static campaigns, the idea that we need another cotton recycled shirt is not needed. We need to find other things and models and faces that do not reflect, do not send or transmit or send out a clear message as a sustainable campaign. And we need to adopt circular models, new technologies, materials, color, creativity, elevated images, 360 campaigns, and to follow tendencies or trends because we think what sustainable needs to work because we cannot go on the wrong path and think that people will buy because that just because it's sustainable fashion. We need to follow what works and not come up with whatever you think of because by the end of the day you want to sell and you want it to work and personalities that fight for the cause because we need that these campaigns are believable and that people come together to understand the mission of the campaign. And we need to rethink the narrative of the conscious fashion. Thank you very much, Marina, for this powerful message, creating conscious in a sustainable form. Let me invite you all to take advantage of the simultaneous sessions of the festival. These spaces give us the opportunity to dive deep into specific topics, so don't miss out to participate actively in other rooms and continue learning and creating connections. Thank you. See you then. Have a good one, everyone.